Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The telegram arrived on a Thursday evening, slipped beneath the door of 221B Baker Street like a scarlet leaf blown in by November's breath. The paper itself was unusual, crimson, expensive, the kind of stationery that announces itself as important before a single word is read. It lay there on the Persian rug, catching the firelight, seeming almost to pulse with its own heartbeat against the deep blues and golds of the weave. Sherlock Holmes noticed it immediately, of course. He noticed everything, though he pretended not to, his long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin as he gazed into the dancing flames of the hearth. The fire crackled and whispered its own secrets, sending shadows climbing the walls where they mingled with tobacco smoke that hung in the air like ghosts of thoughts not quite spoken aloud. Outside, London settled into its evening rituals. The fog had arrived punctually at 5:30, as reliable as any civil servant, rolling through the streets with the lazy confidence of something that knows it owns the night. Gas lamps bloomed one by one along Baker Street, their glow softened and diffused by the mist until each became a small, drowsy sun barely able to keep its eyes open. The clop of hooves on cobblestones created a rhythm that might have been soothing if one didn't know that each sound represented someone heading somewhere, carrying their small burdens of secrets and sorrows through the November dark. Dr. John Watson sat in his favoured armchair, the one that had moulded itself to his shape over countless evenings just like this one. He held the Times loosely in his hands, though he hadn't turned a page in nearly 10 minutes. There was something hypnotic about these evenings at Baker Street. The warmth, the quiet punctuated only by the settling of coals and the distant sounds of the city, the sense of being suspended in amber while the world rushed past outside. "You're going to retrieve it eventually," Watson said without looking up from his newspaper. "The suspense is rather theatrical, even for you." Holmes's lips quivered into something that might have been a smile if it had tried a bit harder. "The telegram has been there for precisely 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm simply curious how long you'd wait before mentioning it. I mentioned it immediately in the way that matters, by noticing you'd noticed." Watson set down his paper with the careful precision of a man who'd learned that sudden movements could shatter these quiet moments. "Though I confess I'm more curious about why someone sends a telegram on crimson paper. Seems rather like shouting in church." "An apt analogy." Holmes unfolded himself from his chair with a kind of grace that suggested his limbs were operated by different laws of physics than those governing ordinary men. He crossed to the telegram in 3 strides, each step deliberate, and lifted the paper between finger and thumb as though it might burn. The firelight made the crimson glow like old blood. He returned to his chair, angling the telegram toward the light. Watson watched his friend's face, that remarkable face that could shift from boredom to intensity as quickly as London weather changed from clear to fog. Something flickered across Holmes's features now, something that might have been interesting, or might have been concerned. With Holmes, the two were often impossible to distinguish. "Well," Watson prompted, fighting the urge to lean forward. One learned patience around Sherlock Holmes, though the lesson never quite took. "The first candle gutters at midnight," Holmes read aloud, his voice taking on the peculiar flat quality he used when presenting evidence. "Watch the clerk who counts foreign coins but cannot account for his own heart. The secrets he keeps will follow him to silence. Unsigned, undated, unrepentant." The words hung in the air between them, seeming to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. Outside, a hansom cab rattled past, its wheels finding every uneven cobblestone, the driver's call to his horse a brief punctuation in the evening syntax. "Poetry," Watson said finally. "Rather dark poetry, I grant you, but poetry nonetheless. Some admirer of your methods of sending riddles?" "Admirers send letters explaining how brilliant I am, usually with extensive examples of mysteries they believe only I could solve, all of which turn out to involve missing cats or errant husbands." Holmes turned the telegram over, examining the back as though it might reveal more than the front. "This is something else entirely. This is a prediction. Of what? A clerk dying of a broken heart? Half of London would qualify. Holmes stood again, this time moving to the window where he pulled aside the curtain. The fog pressed against the glass like something trying to get in, or perhaps like the city itself attempting to peer into this room where so many of its secrets had been unravelled. A clerk who handles foreign currency, someone with access to international transactions, however minor, someone who, according to our Crimson correspondent, cannot account for his own heart, which suggests either romantic entanglement or divided loyalties, and the secrets following him to silence. Watson felt a small chill despite the fire's warmth. Means he'll be dead by midnight. Holmes said it as casually as one might remark on the weather, but his eyes never left the fog-shrouded street below. Someone has sent us advance notice of a murder. The question is why? Watson checked his pocket watch, an old habit from his army days, always knowing the time, always measuring how long until the next crisis. It's barely 8 o'clock, shouldn't we do something? What precisely? Rush to every clerk in London who handles foreign coins and warn them not to die? Holmes let the curtain fall and turned back to the room. No, Watson. This is a message, not a plea for intervention. Someone wants us to know this will happen. They want us to watch it happen. The only question is whether they want us to stop it or to witness it. The fire settled lower in the grate, coals shifting with a sound like whispered conversation. Mrs. Hudson could be heard downstairs, the faint clatter of dishes and her soft humming of something that might have been a hymn or might have been a music hall tune. With Mrs. Hudson one could never quite tell. The building around them creaked and sighed, old bones settling, the accumulated weight of decades pressing down on Baker Street's foundations. Holmes returned to his chair, but this time he didn't relax into it. He perched on the edge, that telegram still held between his fingers, crimson against the pale skin. "Tell me what you observe, Watson." This was familiar territory. Watson straightened slightly, falling into the old rhythm. The paper is expensive, handmade, possibly imported. The colour is unusual, theatrical, as I said, but also specific. Crimson rather than simple red. That suggests either vanity or significance. Or both. Continue? The message itself is unsigned but confident, poetic but not flowery. Unrepentant is an interesting word choice. It suggests the sender feels no guilt about whatever is to happen. Excellent. And the method of delivery, Watson frowned, slipped under the door rather than handed to Mrs. Hudson or posted properly. So the sender either didn't want to be seen or couldn't risk being seen. Late afternoon, early evening delivery, when the streets are busy and Baker Street would have enough foot traffic to provide cover. Very good. Now, the most important question, why crimson? Watson considered. The fire popped, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Somewhere in the building a clock began to chime the hour. 8 slow, sonorous notes that seemed to count down something more significant than the passage of time. A signature, he ventured. Something to make their communications immediately recognisable? Precisely. Which means this isn't the last we'll see of crimson telegrams. Holmes finally set the paper down on the small table beside his chair, but his eyes never left it. Someone is beginning a conversation with us, Watson. A very particular kind of conversation where the grammar is written in life, and the punctuation is provided by death. They sat in silence for a while, the kind of silence that felt like waiting. The fog thickened outside until the gas lamps became mere suggestions of light, watercolour smudges in the gathering dark. London murmured and muttered to itself, that constant urban soundtrack of voices and wheels and footsteps and lives intersecting and diverging like currents in a great river. At 11:15 the knock came, urgent but controlled, the kind of knock that announced official business. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs, her quiet protest about the lateness of the hour, then heavier boots ascending. Inspector Lestrade entered like a man who'd been running, his face flushed, his hat askew. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but we've had a curious death. Thought you might want to know." Holmes didn't move from his chair. "A clerk," he said quietly. "Employed somewhere involving foreign currency. Dead in his lodgings, approximately midnight or shortly before. Appears to be natural causes, perhaps heart failure, but something about the scene doesn't sit quite right with you." Lestrade's mouth opened. closed, opened again. How in blazes? Holmes held up the crimson telegram. We were invited to the performance, Inspector. Do tell us. Did you find anything unusual at the scene? Anything theatrical? Lestrade pulled out his notebook with trembling fingers. There was a flower, single red carnation on the man's chest, placed there after death, and a note, unsigned, that read, "The first candle gutters. Means nothing to me, but I thought—" "It means," Holmes interrupted softly, "that someone is very, very serious about getting our attention, and that, my dear Lestrade, means this clerk is merely the beginning." The fire had burned down to embers now, glowing like small red eyes in the grate. Outside, midnight London breathed its fog-laden breath against the windows, and somewhere in the city's vast darkness, crimson paper waited to be pressed into service once more. The morning after the clerk's death arrived, wrapped in the kind of grey light that makes London look like a daguerreotype of itself, all silver and shadow waiting for colour to be painted back in by human hands. Baker Street stirred slowly, as if reluctant to fully commit to consciousness. The milk cart rattled past at 6, the vendor's cry a sleepy melody that had been sung on these stones for generations. Somewhere a baby wailed, and somewhere else a woman sang softly to quiet it, and the city assembled itself piece by piece from these small domestic sounds. Holmes hadn't slept. Watson knew this without asking, recognised the particular quality of stillness that surrounded his friend when he'd spent the night in thought rather than rest. The detective sat at the breakfast table, newspapers spread before him like a paper sea, each one marked and annotated in his precise hand. The morning light, thin as it was, caught the angles of his face and made him look carved from marble, some memorial to concentration itself. "Coffee, Holmes," Watson ventured, pouring himself a cup from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left. The aroma filled the room, rich and earthy, a small anchor to normalcy in what promised to be anything but a normal day. "3 cups already, thank you." Holmes didn't look up from the Times. "Did you know that Christopher Aldridge, our late clerk, was employed by the Foreign Exchange Department of the Bank of England? Not a senior position, mind you. He verified currency conversions for international transactions. Tedious work, the kind that makes a man's eyes cross and his soul wither, but also the kind that puts him in contact with information about who's sending money where and why." Watson settled into his chair, the wood creaking familiarly beneath him. Through the window he could see Mrs. Turner across the street opening her shop, the movements ritualistic. Unlock the door, prop it open, sweep the threshold, arrange the display of ribbons and buttons and all the small necessities that held Victorian life together. Hardly seems worth murdering someone over. Surely there are easier ways to discover international financial movements. Are there? Holmes finally looked up, his grey eyes sharp despite the sleepless night. "Consider, Watson. The official records show transactions, yes, but a clerk sees patterns. He notices when a particular merchant suddenly begins transferring unusual amounts to Berlin. He observes when diplomatic payments follow routes that don't quite align with stated foreign policy. He becomes, without meaning to, a living repository of information that might not exist anywhere else in quite the same way. And someone wanted that repository closed." Watson bit into toast that Mrs. Hudson had buttered with her usual generous hand. The simple act of eating, of tasting butter and bread, felt almost defiant given the subject matter. Holmes rose and moved to the mantelpiece where several telegrams lay arranged like cards in some elaborate game of patience. Lestrade's preliminary report confirms heart failure. No signs of violence, no evidence of poison that their initial examination could detect. By all appearances, Christopher Aldridge simply stopped living at approximately 11:45 last night. The red carnation and the note were the only theatrical touches. You think it was murder despite appearances. I know it was murder because of them. Holmes picked up one of the telegrams, not crimson, Watson noted, but the ordinary yellow of standard post office issues. This arrived at 7 this morning, from my correspondent at the Sûreté in Paris. A minor functionary in their Ministry of Finance died last evening, their time roughly concurrent with Aldridge's death here, a man named Jules Petit, whose job involved reconciling international postal accounts. The coffee had gone cold in Watson's cup. That's a remarkable coincidence. I don't believe in remarkable coincidences, Watson. I believe in remarkable plans. Holmes returned to the table, bringing with him a map of Europe that he unfolded across the breakfast things with casual disregard for the marmalade. 2 men, 2 cities, 2 deaths that appear natural. Both men handled international transactions of the most mundane sort. Both died within an hour of each other, and both, I would wager, had received some kind of warning. A flower, a note, something theatrical. Watson studied the map. London and Paris, those twin poles of European civilization marked with Holmes' characteristic precision. You think there will be more? It wasn't quite a question, but Holmes answered anyway. I think someone is collecting something, or erasing something, or perhaps both. He traced his finger across the map from London to Paris to Berlin to Vienna, the great capitals connected by invisible threads of commerce and diplomacy and espionage. The question is whether these men knew each other, or whether they simply knew things that together formed a larger picture. The morning aged slowly, the grey light ripening into something almost resembling sunshine, though it remained watery and uncertain. Holmes sent a flurry of telegrams, his network of informants and contacts spreading across Europe like a spider's web, each strand trembling with the possibility of information. Watson watched his friend work with the admiration of long familiarity. Holmes at his best was a marvel of directed energy, every movement economical, every word precisely calibrated. At 11:30, Mrs. Hudson announced a visitor. "A Mr. Cornelius from the Foreign Office," she said, her tone suggesting she didn't entirely approve of government men calling at such hours, disrupting the household's rhythm. Cornelius proved to be a dry stick of a man, all angles and nervousness, dressed in the kind of severe black that made undertakers look cheerful by comparison. He perched on the edge of the chair Watson offered as though afraid it might contaminate him with something bohemian. His eyes darted around the room, cataloguing the chemistry apparatus, the filing cabinets, the violin resting in its case like a sleeping cat. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice carrying the particular accent of someone who'd learned to speak from books rather than people. "I come on a rather delicate matter. The death of Christopher Aldrich has caused some concern in certain quarters." "I imagine it has caused considerable concern in Mr. Aldrich himself," Holmes observed dryly. "Or it would have, had he survived it." Cornelius blinked, uncertain whether this was humour. Watson suppressed a smile. Holmes enjoyed discomforting bureaucrats the way some men enjoyed fishing. The sport was in the catch, not the consumption. "Quite. Yes. Well?" Cornelius produced a handkerchief and dabbed at his forehead, despite the room being quite cool. "The thing is, Mr. Aldrich had recently been asking questions about discrepancies in certain accounts. Nothing significant, you understand, just the kind of minor irregularities that appear in any large institution. But he was persistent. And now he's persistently dead," Holmes noted. "How convenient for whoever created those irregularities. I'm not suggesting, that is, the Foreign Office certainly doesn't believe." Cornelius floundered like a fish suddenly aware of the hook. Holmes leaned forward, his gaze sharpening. "Mr. Cornelius, I have neither the time nor the inclination for diplomatic dancing. Someone murdered Christopher Aldrich. Someone also murdered Jules Petit in Paris. I suspect there will be more deaths, and I suspect your Foreign Office knows precisely why these men were targeted. Now, you can help me prevent further murders, or you can protect whatever bureaucratic secrets you're clutching like a child with a sweet. Choose quickly." The clock on the mantel ticked through several seconds of silence. Outside, a barrel organ began playing somewhere down the street, the music tinny and slightly out of tune, but determinedly cheerful. One of those songs about love and sunshine that the working poor sang to forget they had neither. Cornelius folded. "There's been talk," he said quietly, "of a network. Not spies exactly, but information conduits. People in various European governments who handle sensitive data as part of their ordinary duties. Someone appears to be mapping this network, understanding who knows what, who sees which documents, who might connect pieces of information that shouldn't be connected. And then eliminating them," Watson said, feeling cold despite the fire. "Or recruiting them," Holmes countered, "or both. Death is rather permanent after all. There might be more profitable uses for people who see what they shouldn't." He turned back to Cornelius. "Has the Foreign Office received any unusual communications? Demands? Threats?" "Not threats exactly." Cornelius reached into his coat and produced, with obvious reluctance, a piece of crimson paper. "This arrived yesterday, addressed to the Permanent Undersecretary. We thought it was a prank." Holmes took it with fingers that didn't quite tremble but suggested they might like to. "The first candle gutters," he read aloud. "Watch as the light diminishes, one flame at a time, until the darkness shows you what you couldn't see in the glare. This is not a threat. This is an education." Watson felt his breakfast sitting uneasily in his stomach. They sent it to the government before Aldridge died. They were announcing it, like a theatre posting bills for a coming performance. "Precisely." Holmes stood, moving to the window where he could look out at London going about its business. Vendors and clerks and ladies with shopping baskets, all innocent of the shadows moving beneath the mundane surface. Someone is demonstrating their reach, their capability, their control. Each death is a lesson. Each crimson telegram is a syllabus. "But what are they teaching?" Cornelius asked, his voice small and lost. Holmes turned back to the room, and Watson saw on his friend's face an expression he'd learned to recognise over their years together. The look of a man seeing a pattern emerge from chaos, seeing the terrible, elegant logic of something that shouldn't exist but does. "They're teaching," Holmes said softly, "that information is never as secure as we believe, that the machinery of state runs on thousands of small human cogs, each one vulnerable, each one knowable. They're teaching that our secrets are only secret until someone decides to illuminate them. And most importantly, they're teaching that they can reach anyone, anywhere, at any time they choose." Outside, the barrel organ played on, its cheerful melody at odds with everything being discussed in this room. The morning light had finally strengthened enough to deserve the name, slanting through the windows and painting golden rectangles on the Persian rug. Dust motes danced in those rectangles like tiny worlds orbiting tiny suns, oblivious to the gravity of human affairs. "There will be another," Holmes said, not quite a question. Cornelius nodded miserably. "Berlin, we think, based on certain patterns in communication traffic, but we don't know who or exactly when." "Then we wait," Holmes said, returning to his chair with the weariness of someone who understands that waiting is sometimes the hardest work. "We wait and we watch, and we hope that our mysterious educator is predictable enough to give us what we need to stop the lesson before it's fully taught." The crimson telegram lay on the table between them, bright as a wound, bright as a promise, bright as all the dangerous knowledge waiting to be spilled into the world's indifferent light. The train to Dover left Victoria Station at 7:30 in the morning, carrying with it the usual cargo of businessmen, travellers, and people fleeing or pursuing something they couldn't quite name. Holmes and Watson occupied a first-class compartment, the leather seats creaking comfortably as the train pulled away from London's embrace and began its journey toward the coast. The city fell away in stages. First the grand buildings and monuments, then the residential terraces with their uniform dignity, then the industrial outskirts where factories breathed smoke into the pale morning sky, and finally the countryside itself, green and patient, waiting as it had always waited for cities to remember they were temporary things. Holmes had been silent since they'd boarded, his long frame folded into the corner seat, his eyes fixed on something beyond the window that Watson suspected had nothing to do with the passing landscape. The morning newspapers lay unread in his lap, the Times, the Telegraph, and several continental papers that had arrived via the overnight post. Each bore some small story, buried in the back pages, about deaths that appeared natural but carried the faint scent of something arranged. "You're thinking about the Berlin death," Watson said finally, not quite a question. "I'm thinking about the absence of a Berlin death." Holmes stirred, pulling his attention back from wherever it had wandered. "Cornelius assured us there would be one. The pattern suggested it. The logic demanded it. And yet, nothing. No reports, no crimson telegram, no theatrical flourish. Just silence." The train swayed gently as it took a curve, the rhythm hypnotic, the wheels on rails creating a percussion that might have been soothing if one didn't know it was carrying them toward questions rather than answers. Outside, sheep grazed in fields divided by hedgerows that looked as though they'd been there since time began. A church steeple rose in the distance, its weather vane catching the morning light. "Perhaps the pattern's broken," Watson offered. "Perhaps whoever's behind this decided to stop." Holmes smiled without humour. "People who announce their intentions with crimson telegrams don't simply stop, Watson. They escalate. No, the Berlin death happened. I'm certain of it. The question is why we haven't heard about it, and what that silence means. They'd come to Dover because Holmes had a theory, one he'd been developing through the long night hours while Watson slept. It had taken shape slowly, assembled from pieces that didn't quite fit until one looked at them from an angle that made the impossible seem merely improbable. The theory suggested that the deaths weren't murders at all, not in the traditional sense. That Christopher Aldridge and Jules Petit and whoever had vanished in Berlin weren't dead but disappeared. That someone had created the most perfect alibi imaginable, a death certificate, a funeral, a closed case. "Consider the mechanics," Holmes had said over breakfast, his second pot of coffee growing cold while he sketched diagrams on the back of an envelope. A man in his lodgings alone dies of apparent heart failure. The landlady finds him, summons the police, who summon a doctor. The doctor examines the body, finds no obvious signs of foul play, and certifies death by natural causes. The body is removed to the undertaker, prepared for burial, and within days is underground or burned. At each step there are people who could be bribed, fooled, or coerced. A landlady who sees what she's told to see. A doctor with gambling debts or a fondness for opium. An undertaker who's buried more secrets than corpses. The machinery of death in Victorian England is remarkably easy to manipulate if one has resources and imagination. Watson had listened, his medical training making him resistant to the idea, yet unable to dismiss it entirely. "You're suggesting these men are alive, that someone staged their deaths." "I'm suggesting it's possible, and if it's possible, we must consider why anyone would go to such extraordinary lengths. What's gained by making someone officially dead?" The answer, Holmes believed, lay in Dover, or more precisely in what Dover represented. It was England's gateway to the continent, a place where identities became fluid, where a man could step off a boat as one person and step onto a train as another. It was a place of constant movement, constant transformation, where the ordinary business of travel provided cover for the extraordinary business of disappearing. They arrived at Dover just before noon, the castle looming above the town like a stone memory of when defence had been simple. Build walls high enough and thick enough and the world stayed out. Now the walls were porous, crossed by steam and telegraph and all the invisible threads that bound Europe together in an embrace that might have been cooperation or might have been a stranglehold, depending on one's perspective. The port bustled with its usual organised chaos. Passengers disembarking from the Channel steamers, their faces showing the relief of solid ground after the crossing. Porters moving luggage with the careful choreography of men who knew that a misstep meant crushed toes and lost wages. Customs officials examining papers with the bored thoroughness of people who'd seen every possible trick and a few impossible ones. The air smelled of salt and coal smoke and the particular odour of crowds, sweat and perfume and anxiety and hope all mingled together. Holmes led Watson through the confusion with the confidence of someone who had a specific destination, even if that destination was really just understanding. They found a small cafe overlooking the harbour, the kind of place where tea was served in chipped cups, and the proprietor knew better than to ask questions about why gentlemen from London might want to sit and watch the boats come and go. "Tell me what you see," Holmes said, settling into a chair that had a clear view of the customs shed. Watson studied the scene, trying to apply Holmes' methods to the ordinary chaos of a port at midday. People travelling, some for business, some for pleasure. The usual mix of classes: first-class passengers who stride through as though they own the channel itself, third-class passengers who look relieved to have survived it. Look closer, look at the ones who don't quite fit. Watson focused, letting his eyes drift across faces and postures, and the small tells that people carry without knowing. After a moment he saw them, the anomalies that Holmes had already catalogued. A well-dressed woman travelling alone with no luggage, just a small bag clutched tightly. A man in a clerk's clothing reading a French newspaper with the ease of someone for whom the language was native, not learned. A couple who stood too far apart to be married, too close to be strangers, their body language suggesting a connection they were trying to hide. "People running," Watson said quietly, "or people being run?" "Quite so. Dover is a place of transformation, Watson, a chrysalis where one identity is shed and another assumed. And the beauty of it is that no one notices. In a place where everyone is in motion, where everyone is between one place and another, a person can cease to exist in the most public possible way, by simply boarding a boat and never arriving at the other side, or rather, by arriving as someone else entirely. They sat for a while, drinking tea that was stronger than it was good, watching the eternal dance of departure and arrival. Holmes pointed out details, a man whose papers were examined with unusual brevity, suggesting the customs official had been compensated for his incurious nature. A trunk being loaded onto a steamer that moved with the careful lightness of something that was empty, or nearly so. The small choreographies of deception playing out amid the larger choreography of legitimate travel. If you wanted to make someone vanish, Holmes mused, this is where you'd do it. Not London, where neighbours notice an empty lodging and ask questions. Not Paris, where the police are irritatingly efficient about tracking their citizens. But here, in the liminal space between nations, where a person is expected to be in transit, temporary, unmemorable. Watson felt the chill of understanding. You think Aldridge came through here, before his supposed death? I think someone who looked very much like Aldridge came through here, yes, with papers that weren't quite his, accompanied by someone who knew exactly which officials to approach. I think he was processed through customs, boarded a steamer, and ceased to be Christopher Aldridge by the time he reached Calais. The body found in his lodgings was someone else, someone the right age and build, whose face could be made unrecognisable through cosmetics or decomposition or both, someone whose death wouldn't be questioned because the paperwork said it was Aldridge, and in Victorian England, paperwork is more real than reality. The afternoon aged slowly, the light changing as the sun moved across the sky, painting the harbour in shades of silver and gold. Holmes continued to watch, making notes in his pocketbook with quick, precise strokes. Watson found his mind wandering to the implications. If Holmes was right, if these men weren't dead, then where were they? And more importantly, why? At 3:30, a steamer arrived from Calais, its horn announcing itself with a sound that echoed off the white cliffs and sent gulls spiralling into the air in protest. The passengers disembarked in the usual way, but Holmes tensed, his attention focusing on one figure, a man in a dark coat, unremarkable in every way except for the small crimson ribbon pinned to his lapel. There, Holmes breathed. Watch him. The man moved through customs with the same unhurried confidence they'd observed earlier, his papers examined and approved in moments. He collected no luggage, spoke to no one, and walked into Dover as though he belonged there, as though he'd always been there. Within minutes he'd vanished into the afternoon crowd. A messenger, Holmes said, or an overseer, someone checking that the machinery still works, that Dover remains a reliable gateway for their purposes. They followed at a distance, Holmes moving with the casual invisibility he could adopt when needed, Watson trying to look like a tourist admiring the town's architecture. The man in the dark coat led them through narrow streets that climbed away from the harbour, past pubs where sailors drank away their shore leave, and shops that sold provisions to ships. He finally stopped at a boarding house that looked like a dozen others, shabby but respectable, the kind of place where people stayed temporarily, and asked no questions about their fellow lodgers. Holmes noted the address, made a quick sketch of the building's layout, then led Watson away before they could be noticed. They returned to their cafe, now empty except for an old man reading a week-old newspaper, with the careful attention of someone for whom news was always new. The boarding house is a way station, Holmes explained, his voice low despite their privacy. A place where people who are between identities can rest before completing their transformation. The man with the crimson ribbon was checking on someone who's being processed through the system. You mean someone who's being made to disappear? Or someone who's being made to reappear? The process works both ways, Watson. You can kill a man by making him dead, or you can kill a man by making him someone else entirely. The first is murder. The second is something we don't quite have a word for. The light was beginning to fade now, the sun sinking toward the horizon, turning the channel into hammered copper. The boats continued their endless commerce, carrying people and goods and secrets across the water that separated England from the continent by mere miles, but by cultures and languages and laws that might as well have been oceans. Tomorrow we'll visit the boarding house, Holmes said. Tonight, I want to understand the administrative side, the death certificates, the burial records. Someone has to be falsifying documents, and falsified documents leave traces. They always do. They found lodgings at a hotel near the harbour, a place that catered to travellers waiting for morning tides or evening trains. Watson's room overlooked the water, and he stood at the window as night fell completely, watching the lighthouse on the cliff begin its patient work of warning ships, away from rocks they couldn't see. The light swept across the darkness in steady rhythm, illuminating nothing but itself, a metaphor so obvious it made him smile despite everything. Below, Dover settled into its evening routines. Pubs filled with workers finishing their shifts, their laughter floating up through the streets. The harbour lights reflected in the black water, doubling themselves, making the world seem larger than it was. Somewhere out there, in the darkness between England and France, steamers continued their crossings, carrying their cargo of humanity from one shore to another, and among that cargo, Watson now understood, were people who existed in a strange liminal state, not quite dead, not quite alive, transformed into something that had no proper name. He thought about Christopher Aldrich, about Jules Petit, about whoever had vanished in Berlin. Were they grateful for their new lives, or were they prisoners of them? Had they chosen this transformation, or had it been forced upon them? And what did it mean that someone had created a system sophisticated enough to move people across borders as though they were ghosts, visible only when they chose to be seen? These questions followed Watson into sleep, where they transformed into dreams of doors that opened onto nothing, of faces that changed each time he looked at them, of telegrams written in colours that didn't exist being delivered to addresses that had never been built. When he woke in the small hours, the lighthouse was still sweeping its patient arc across the darkness, still warning, still watching, still keeping faith that light was enough to prevent disaster. In the next room, Watson knew without checking, Holmes would be awake as well, his brilliant mind working through the same questions, building theories and discarding them, constructing the framework that would eventually reveal the truth. That was Holmes's gift and his curse, the inability to rest while puzzles remained unsolved, while patterns stayed hidden, while the world's machinery of deception continued its work unchallenged. The night aged slowly toward dawn, and Dover dreamed its dreams of chalk cliffs and crossing waters, of people who came and went like tides, of transformations both mundane and impossible, of all the ways a person could cease to be themselves while technically remaining alive. And somewhere, Watson knew, another crimson telegram was being written. Morning arrived at Dover with the particular quality of light that belongs only to coastal towns, clear and salt-scrubbed, making everything appear slightly more vivid than it should be, as though the proximity to the sea enhanced reality itself. Watson woke to the sound of gulls arguing over some prize near the harbour, their cries sharp and insistent, cutting through the softer sounds of a port town beginning its daily business. The smell of the sea mingled with coal smoke and baking bread, a combination that shouldn't have been pleasant but somehow was, speaking to something ancient in human memory about survival and salt and the promise of things beyond the horizon. Holmes was already dressed when Watson knocked on his door, looking remarkably refreshed for a man who'd likely slept 3 hours at most. He stood at a small table that he'd converted into a makeshift workspace, various documents spread across its surface like pieces of a puzzle he was determined to solve before breakfast. "Mycroft sent a courier during the night," Holmes said, by way of greeting, not looking up, from his papers. "My dear brother is concerned, which tells me this matter has risen to a level that troubles even him, and very little troubles Mycroft." Watson moved closer, recognizing the distinctive handwriting of Holmes's elder brother, that precise copper plate that somehow managed to convey disapproval even in its loops and serifs. What does he say? He confirms the Berlin death, or rather, the Berlin disappearance. A minor functionary in the Prussian Ministry of Trade named Klaus Hoffmann, found dead in his apartments 3 days ago, apparent heart failure, buried yesterday with all the usual formalities. Except... Holmes tapped one particular paragraph with a long finger. Mycroft's sources indicate that Hoffmann's sister received a letter 2 days after the funeral, in her brother's handwriting, from Prague. The room seemed to grow colder despite the morning sun streaming through the window. Watson sat slowly on the edge of the bed, his medical training warring with the evidence. A forgery? The sister is certain it's genuine. She knows her brother's hand, his particular phrases. The letter contained details about their childhood that no foreigner could have known. A pet name she hadn't heard since they were children. A reference to a game they'd played in their grandmother's garden. Either Klaus Hoffmann has managed the remarkable feat of writing from beyond the grave, or he's considerably more alive than his death certificate suggests. Holmes gathered the papers into a neat stack, then crossed to the window where he could look down at the harbour already alive with activity. A steamer was preparing to depart, smoke beginning to rise from its funnel, crew members moving across its deck with the efficient purposefulness of men who'd performed these same actions 1,000 times before. 3 men, Holmes said, his voice taking on the quality it always did when he was assembling facts into theory. 3 different countries, 3 different government departments, all handling some aspect of international commerce or communication, all apparently dead of natural causes, all I now believe very much alive and being held somewhere, or hidden somewhere, for purposes we have yet to divine. But why fake their deaths? Watson asked. If you want to kidnap someone, simply take them. Why go through the elaborate theatre? Because theatre serves a purpose. Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with the particular intensity that meant he was seeing connections others couldn't. Consider what happens when a government clerk disappears. There's an investigation, questions are asked, colleagues are interviewed, habits and movements are scrutinised. The apparatus of state security grinds into motion. But when a clerk dies of natural causes, there's sympathy, perhaps a memorial service, and then life continues. His position is filled, his files are archived, and whatever he knew becomes simply part of the institutional memory, dormant, inaccessible, but not alarming. Watson felt understanding dawn slowly like the light currently spreading across Dover's rooftops. You're suggesting someone is collecting these men for what they know? Not just collecting them, curating them. Each man is a repository of specific information. Aldridge knew currency movements, Pettit knew postal routing patterns, Hoffman dealt with international trade agreements. Individually, their knowledge is useful but not extraordinary. But together, Holmes returned to his papers, pulling out a map of Europe that Mycroft had thoughtfully included. Together, they form a remarkably complete picture of how information and money and goods flow between European powers. The map showed the great cities connected by rail lines and shipping routes, telegraph cables and postal roads, the nervous system of modern Europe, binding nations together in an embrace that was equal parts cooperation and competition. Holmes had marked certain cities in red ink, London, Paris, Berlin, and now he added Prague with a steady hand. Our mysterious architect is building something, Holmes continued, a network of human sources, each one extracted from their official position and preserved, like specimens in a collection for future use. The crimson telegrams aren't threats, they're cataloguing notices. Here is another acquisition for our collection. Watch as we demonstrate our reach. They took breakfast in the hotel's dining room, a space that tried for gentility and achieved something closer to comfortable shabbiness. The wallpaper had faded in patterns that suggested where pictures had once hung, and the carpet bore the traffic marks of 1,000 temporary residents passing through on their way to somewhere else. But the kippers were good, the tea was hot, and the elderly waiter moved between tables with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that his job was to be helpful without being noticed. Holmes ate mechanically, his mind clearly elsewhere. Watson recognised the signs. His friend was in that state of concentrated thought where food was merely fuel, conversation was an interruption, and the world beyond his immediate problem ceased to exist except as potential sources of information. It was useless to attempt conversation when Holmes was like this, so Watson contented himself with reading the morning papers and watching the other guests. There were the usual types, commercial travellers with their sample cases and perpetual mild anxiety, a family heading to the continent for what the parents clearly hoped would be educational, a young couple so obviously eloping that Watson found himself hoping they'd make it to France before anyone caught up with them. And there, in the corner, reading a German newspaper with the careful attention of someone decoding a message, was the man they'd seen yesterday, the one with the crimson ribbon. Watson caught Holmes's eye with a slight movement, then indicated the corner with the barest tilt of his head. Holmes, to his credit, didn't turn to look. He simply continued spreading marmalade on his toast while saying quietly, "I saw him when we entered. He's been watching us for approximately 7 minutes. Either we're more obvious than I'd like, or he's been expecting us to appear. Should we? Finish your breakfast, Watson. If he wants to talk to us, he'll create an opportunity. If he wants to run, we'll follow. If he wants to threaten us, well..." Holmes patted his jacket pocket where Watson knew he kept his revolver. "We'll respond appropriately." But the man did none of these things. He finished his coffee with unhurried calm, folded his newspaper with precise creases, and departed the dining room without a glance in their direction. Through the window, they watched him walk toward the harbour, his dark coat disappearing into the morning crowds. "Curious," Holmes murmured. "He makes certain we see him, then doesn't engage. That suggests his purpose was simply to let us know we're observed. Someone is keeping track of our investigation." They spent the morning at the Dover Registry Office, a place that smelled of dust and old paper, and the particular mustiness of official documents slowly surrendering to time. The registrar was a nervous young man with ink-stained fingers and the permanent stoop of someone who spent his days bent over ledgers. He became noticeably more nervous when Holmes presented his credentials and began asking about death certificates issued in the past month. "I assure you, Mr. Holmes, everything is in order," the registrar insisted, his voice rising slightly. "Every death is properly documented, every certificate signed by a licensed physician, I'm not suggesting irregularities," Holmes interrupted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm simply interested in the process. How does one verify, for instance, that a body being registered for burial is indeed the person named on the certificate?" The registrar blinked several times, as though the question had never occurred to him. "Well, the physician certifies the identity, and the undertaker, and if there are family members or friends who identify the deceased, but you personally don't verify?" "I'm not a medical man, Mr. Holmes. I simply record what the proper authorities tell me. If Dr. Whitmore says the deceased is Mr. John Smith, then I register the death of Mr. John Smith. That's how the system works." Holmes nodded slowly, making notes in his pocketbook. "And Dr. Whitmore, he's one of the physicians commonly called for sudden deaths in Dover?" "One of several, yes. Very respectable man. Been practicing here for 20 years. "I'm certain he has. Tell me, does he have any particular financial difficulties? Gambling debts, perhaps? An expensive mistress? A fondness for laudanum?" The registrar's face flushed red. "I really couldn't say, Mr. Holmes, and I don't think it's proper to suggest—" "I'm not suggesting anything," Holmes said mildly. "Simply asking, though I notice you haven't denied any of those possibilities. Thank you for your time. You've been most helpful." Outside, in the cold clarity of midday, Watson turned to his friend. "You think Dr. Whitmore is involved?" "I think Dr. Whitmore is human, which means he's vulnerable to the same inducements as any other human. Money, blackmail, threats, the usual currencies of corruption. If I wanted to falsify death certificates in Dover, I'd need a physician who was either corruptible or replaceable. We'll visit the good doctor this afternoon." They walked through Dover's streets, climbing away from the harbour toward the residential areas where the town's professional class lived. The houses here were newer, built with the confidence of Victorian prosperity, solid brick, neat gardens, the kind of respectable solidity that announced its occupants were neither wealthy nor poor but comfortably between. Dr. Whitmore's surgery occupied the ground floor of one such house, his brass nameplate polished to a shine that suggested someone took pride in maintaining appearances. The waiting room was empty except for an elderly woman who sat with the patience of someone accustomed to waiting, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes distant. A young nurse emerged from an inner office, looked surprised to see two gentlemen without an appointment, but ushered them in nonetheless when Holmes explained that they were investigating a matter of some delicacy. Dr. Whitmore proved to be exactly what Watson expected. A man in late middle age, running slightly too fat, with the kind, tired eyes of someone who'd seen too much human suffering to be shocked by anything anymore. His surgery smelled of carbolic and old books, and the faint sweetness of chloroform. He listened to Holmes's carefully phrased questions with growing unease, his fingers drumming nervously on his desk. "I follow proper procedures, Mr. Holmes," he said finally. "I examine the body, I determine the cause of death to the best of my ability, and I sign the certificate. If you're implying—" "I'm implying nothing, Doctor, but I am curious about a particular case. A man was found dead in a boarding house on Snargate Street, approximately 2 weeks ago. Heart failure, you certified. Can you describe the body?" Dr. Whitmore's face paled slightly. That is, there have been several deaths this month. I'd need to consult my records." "Please do." The doctor rose with obvious reluctance and moved to a filing cabinet, his hands shaking slightly as he sorted through papers. Watson, watching carefully, saw all the signs of a man concealing something: the nervous swallowing, the inability to meet their eyes, the excessive time spent searching for a record that should have been readily accessible. Ah, yes, here it is. Thomas Brennan, aged 42, found deceased by his landlady. Clear signs of cardiac arrest. No suspicious circumstances. And you identified the body how? The landlady knew him, of course, and there were personal effects, papers in his room with his name. But you yourself had never met Mr. Brennan before examining his corpse. No, but I saw no reason to doubt. Of course not. Holmes stood, his movement sudden enough to make the doctor flinch. Tell me, Dr. Whitmore, how much were you paid to be incurious? Or was it not money? Was it a threat? Information held over you? Everyone has secrets, Doctor. Everyone has vulnerabilities. I'm not here to judge yours. I'm here to understand the system. Dr. Whitmore's composure crumbled like chalk cliffs under the sea's assault. He sank back into his chair, suddenly looking much older than his years. They told me it was a matter of national security, he said quietly. A man from the Foreign Office came to see me, showed me credentials, said there were individuals who needed to disappear for their own safety. Political refugees, people fleeing persecution. He said I'd be helping them start new lives. It seemed patriotic. How many? Holmes asked, his voice gentler now. 3, over the past 2 months. The bodies were already in place when I was called, already made up to look like natural deaths. My job was simply to certify what I saw. I was told the real individuals were safely away, starting over somewhere in the Empire. I was told I was helping them. And you believed this? Dr. Whitmore's laugh was bitter. I wanted to believe it. I needed to believe it. They paid well, Mr. Holmes. My practice has been struggling. My wife has medical expenses. When someone offers you money to do something that seems to be helping people, you convince yourself it's noble rather than necessary. Watson felt a surge of sympathy for the man. How many times had he seen good people make bad choices, not from malice but from desperation? The world was rarely divided into villains and heroes. More often it was just tired people making compromises they'd regret later. Holmes questioned the doctor for another hour, extracting details about the man from the Foreign Office, description, mannerisms, the specific instructions given. None of it, Watson suspected, would lead directly to their quarry. Whoever had created this system was too careful to leave such obvious trails, but each detail was another piece of the pattern, another thread in the web Holmes was patiently untangling. When they finally left, the afternoon was aging toward evening, the light turning golden over Dover's rooftops. They walked in silence for a while, both processing what they'd learned. The town continued its eternal business around them. Children playing in narrow streets, women hanging washing in small gardens, men heading home from the docks with a particular weariness of physical labour. 3 in Dover alone, Watson said finally. How many others in how many other ports? Mycroft's telegram mentioned unusual death patterns in Hamburg, Marseille and Rotterdam. If we assume similar numbers, 15 to 20 men extracted from various European governments over the past several months. Each one a living library of specific information. Each one presumably held somewhere safe, somewhere isolated, where they can be consulted as needed. Consulted about what? That, Watson, is the question that keeps me awake at night. What knowledge could be so valuable that someone would create an entire system to preserve it? What are they planning that requires such extensive intelligence about European commerce and communication? Holmes stopped walking, turning to face the channel, where the evening light painted the water in shades of copper and rose. And most importantly, who are they working for? This isn't the action of a single government. No nation would risk a diplomatic catastrophe if this were discovered. This is someone operating outside national interests, someone with resources, imagination, and absolutely no regard for the normal rules of international behaviour. A steamer's horn sounded, melancholy and vast, echoing off the white cliffs. Birds wheeled overhead, their cries mixing with the sound until it became a kind of music, the eternal song of coasts, of boundaries, of the places where one thing becomes another. "We're being watched again," Watson said quietly, having caught a glimpse of the man with the crimson ribbon standing near the harbour wall. "I know. He's been following us since we left Dr. Whitmore's surgery. I believe it's time we had a conversation with our persistent shadow. Shall we?" They turned and walked directly toward the man, who made no attempt to flee. As they drew closer, Watson could see he was younger than he'd initially appeared, perhaps 30, with the kind of anonymous face that would disappear in any crowd. But his eyes were remarkable, dark, intelligent, and completely unafraid. "Gentlemen," he said when they reached him, his English accented but precise, "my employer has been hoping you'd reach this point in your investigation. He'd very much like to meet you. Tonight, if you're willing. There's a matter he wishes to discuss that he believes will be of considerable interest to you both." Holmes's expression revealed nothing. "And if we decline this generous invitation?" The man smiled, not unkindly. "Then you'll continue your investigation without certain information that might prove crucial. My employer doesn't threaten Mr. Holmes. He offers opportunities. What you do with them is, as always, your choice." The sun touched the horizon, turning the whole world briefly crimson. The water, the cliffs, the very air itself seemed stained the colour of the telegrams that had started this entire affair, and Watson, watching that transformation, felt they were standing at another kind of threshold, about to cross from the known world into something considerably stranger. The address the man provided led them away from Dover's respectable centre toward the older part of town where medieval streets twisted like a maze designed by someone who'd never heard of straight lines. The buildings here leaned toward each other across narrow passages, their upper stories nearly touching, creating tunnels of shadow even in daylight. Now, with evening settling over the town like a velvet curtain, these streets became something from a different century entirely. Gas lamps struggled against the darkness, their pools of light seeming fragile and temporary, and the sounds of the modern world, trains and steamers and the general industry of empire, faded to a distant murmur beneath the older sounds of stone and wood settling, of the sea breathing against the shore, of time itself moving more slowly here than it did in the bright, confident spaces of Victorian progress. Holmes led the way with Watson close behind, both men alert but not obviously wary. They'd agreed, in the brief conversation following their encounter with the crimson-ribboned messenger, that this meeting was an opportunity too valuable to decline, despite its obvious dangers. Someone wanted to talk to them, wanted to explain themselves, and in Holmes's experience, villains who felt compelled to explain were villains who'd made a mistake. The mistake of believing their own cleverness was so remarkable it deserved an audience. The building they sought proved to be a former coaching inn, the kind of establishment that had once been vital to the town's commerce, but now existed in a state of genteel decay, waiting for either restoration or demolition to claim it. The sign hanging above the door, the Green Man, creaked in the evening breeze, its painted figure faded almost to ghostliness. Light showed in several upper windows, warm and inviting in a way that felt calculated, as though someone had studied exactly how to make a trap look like a sanctuary. "Are we walking into an ambush?" Watson asked quietly, his hand resting casually near his jacket pocket where his service revolver waited. "Almost certainly," Holmes replied with a smile that suggested he found the prospect more interesting than alarming. "But I don't believe it's that kind of ambush. If someone wanted us dead, Dover offers a dozen better opportunities. A knife in a dark street, an accident at the harbour, a convenient fall from the cliffs. No, this is an intellectual ambush. Someone wants to demonstrate their superiority. That kind of vanity is useful. It makes people careless in predictable ways." They entered through a door that opened before they could knock, revealing a narrow hallway lit by candles rather than gas. Another theatrical touch, Watson noted. The man with the crimson ribbon stood waiting, his face now showing hints of nervousness that hadn't been present during their earlier encounter. He gestured towards stairs that led upward into the building's warm interior. "My employer is in the private dining room," he said. "He asks that you leave any weapons with me, a gesture of mutual trust." Holmes laughed, a sound with no humour in it. "If your employer requires such gestures, he understands nothing about trust. We'll keep our revolvers, thank you. If that's unacceptable, we'll return to our hotel and he can send his explanations by post." The messenger hesitated, clearly weighing options, then nodded with visible relief. "As you wish. Please, follow me." The stairs were narrow and steep, the kind that had been built when people were generally shorter and certainly less concerned with safety regulations. The walls were lined with old prints showing Dover in earlier centuries, the castle more prominent, the harbour smaller, the whole town existing in a simpler relationship with the sea and the continent beyond. Watson found himself wondering how many conspiracies had been plotted in buildings like this over the centuries, how many schemes had been hatched in rooms where candlelight kept the darkness at bay and wine loosened tongues that should have stayed guarded. The private dining room occupied the entire top floor, a space that must once have hosted travellers' gatherings and merchants' negotiations. The ceiling was low, crossed by dark beams that bore the marks of centuries, and the windows looked out over Dover's rooftops toward the harbour, where ships' lights were beginning to glow like earthbound stars. A fire burned in the hearth, more for atmosphere than warmth, and a table had been set for 3 with the kind of attention to detail that suggested their host took hospitality seriously even when conducting business that existed well outside the boundaries of law and propriety. The man who rose to greet them was not what Watson had expected. In his imagination, he'd constructed someone theatrical, caped perhaps, or at least possessed of the kind of dramatic presence that matched crimson telegrams and elaborate conspiracies. Instead, their host was almost aggressively ordinary, medium height, medium build, dressed in a well-tailored but unremarkable suit, with brown hair beginning to grey at the temples and a face that would be forgotten 5 minutes after leaving a room. Only his eyes suggested anything unusual. They held the particular quality of intelligence that comes not from education, but from having observed human nature in all its varieties and learned to see patterns others missed. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice carrying a faint accent that might have been German or Austrian or Czech, something from the continent's middle reaches where borders had shifted so often that language itself became fluid. "Thank you for coming. I'm aware this is irregular, but I hope you'll understand that my circumstances require a certain amount of irregularity. Please, sit. I've taken the liberty of ordering dinner. I find conversations go better when accompanied by good food and wine." "You'll forgive us if we decline the wine," Holmes said, settling into a chair with his back to the wall, a position that gave him clear views of both the door and the windows. "I prefer my wits undiluted when discussing matters of murder and international conspiracy." "Murder?" Their host looked genuinely surprised. "Mr. Holmes, I've committed many sins, but murder isn't among them. I've dedicated myself to preserving lives, not ending them. You've faked the deaths of at least 20 men across Europe. You've created documents that will cause their families to mourn them as deceased. You've employed corrupt officials, bribed physicians, and manipulated the machinery of government to serve your purposes. If that's not murder, it's something perhaps more monstrous, the theft of a person's entire existence." Their host poured wine for himself, the red liquid catching the firelight as it flowed into the glass. "Would you like to know what unites all the men I've killed, Mr. Holmes? They were going to die anyway, really die. Each one had attracted the attention of people far less scrupulous than myself, people who solve problems with bullets and poison and unfortunate accidents. I offered them an alternative, death by paperwork rather than death by violence, a chance to vanish and live rather than remain visible and die. How is that monstrous?" Watson felt the uncomfortable prick of the man's logic. It was the same sensation he'd experienced with Dr. Whitmore, the realization that morality was rarely as clear-cut as one wished it to be. "You're suggesting you saved these men?" "I'm not suggesting it, Doctor. I'm stating it as fact. Christopher Aldridge had stumbled onto currency irregularities that implicated certain members of Parliament in an embezzlement scheme. He was a decent man, conscientious, and he'd started asking questions. Within days he would have met with an accident, a mugging gone wrong perhaps, or a fall from a train platform. I offered him another path. Jules Petit was similar. He'd discovered that diplomatic pouches were being used to transport something other than diplomatic correspondence. Klaus Hoffmann had learned too much about arms sales to parties that European governments officially claimed not to be arming. All of them were dead men who simply hadn't stopped breathing yet. I gave them the opportunity to stop breathing officially while continuing unofficially. Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in that characteristic pose that meant he was analysing information at speeds Watson could only marvel at. "And in exchange for this generous service, you now possess 20 human repositories of sensitive information, living libraries that you can consult about government corruption, secret treaties, financial irregularities, essentially a complete map of European powers' official business and unofficial activities. How philanthropic of you to go to such trouble for nothing in return." Their host smiled, acknowledging the hit. "I never claimed to be purely philanthropic, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I now possess considerable information. Yes, that information has value. But consider the alternative. Those men dead, their knowledge lost, and the corruption they discovered continuing unchecked. I've preserved evidence that might otherwise have disappeared. I've kept alive witnesses who might otherwise have been silenced. Is that villainy or a rather dark form of justice? It's leverage, Holmes said flatly. You've created a system for extracting people with valuable knowledge from positions where that knowledge might inconvenience powerful interests. And in doing so, you've built an intelligence network that operates outside any governmental control. The question isn't whether your intentions were noble. Intentions are the refuge of the weak-minded. The question is what you intend to do with this network now that you've built it. A knock interrupted them, and the messenger entered bearing covered dishes that he arranged on the table with practiced efficiency. The smell of roasted meat and herbs filled the room, making Watson acutely aware that they'd missed lunch and that his stomach had opinions about this oversight. When the messenger departed, their host gestured to the food. "Please, eat. Whatever you think of me, my cook is innocent and her work deserves appreciation." They ate in silence for several minutes. The food was indeed excellent. Roasted duck with cherry sauce, potatoes cooked with rosemary, and vegetables that had been fresh that morning. Watson found himself thinking that evil, if this was evil, had remarkably good taste in cuisine. Holmes ate mechanically, his attention never fully leaving their host, watching for tells and gestures that might reveal truths concealed. "You mentioned a matter you wished to discuss," Holmes said finally, setting down his fork. "I assume this dinner theatre has a purpose beyond demonstrating your sophistication." Their host wiped his mouth carefully with his napkin, took a sip of wine, then leaned forward with an intensity that transformed his ordinary face into something striking. "I'm being betrayed, Mr. Holmes. Someone within my organisation is preparing to use my network for purposes that go far beyond my original intentions. They're planning something catastrophic, and I find myself in the uncomfortable position of needing the help of the very authorities I've spent years evading." The fire crackled, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny stars being born and dying in the space of seconds. Outside, the evening had deepened to full night, and Dover's lights spread below them like a map drawn in gold on black paper. A ship's horn sounded in the harbour, lonely and vast, a reminder that the world extended far beyond this room and its conspiracies. "Explain," Holmes commanded, his voice carrying the authority he usually reserved for subordinates and Scotland Yard inspectors. Their host rose and moved to a small desk in the corner, returning with a leather portfolio that he opened to reveal maps, documents and photographs. "My network was designed to preserve and protect, to keep knowledge safe and use it judiciously to prevent greater evils, but someone has taken my system and begun perverting it. They've started extracting people not because they are in danger, but because they possess specific information about a single subject, the movement and storage of European powers' gold reserves." Watson felt cold despite the fire's warmth. I'm talking about someone planning to destabilize European economies simultaneously, to create a financial panic that would make the Bering crisis look like a minor accounting error. They've collected men who know where gold is stored, how it's transported, what protections exist and what vulnerabilities can be exploited. And now, I believe, they're preparing to act. Holmes examined the documents with the focused intensity of a jeweller studying a suspicious diamond. Watson looked over his shoulder, seeing maps of major European cities with certain buildings marked in red, lists of names in multiple languages, communication intercepts that suggested coordination across borders. The scope of it was staggering. Not the work of months, but of years, a conspiracy built with patience and precision. "When?" Holmes asked without looking up. "There's a summit in Vienna in 10 days. Representatives from every major European power gathering to discuss colonial boundaries and trade agreements. The planning suggests that's when the strike will occur. Maximum chaos, maximum witnesses, maximum political impact. If Europe's financial system collapses while its leadership is gathered in one city, the results would be..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "Catastrophic is the word you used earlier," Watson said. "Revolution. War. The collapse of governments." "Precisely, Doctor. And whoever orchestrated this will position themselves to profit from the chaos, buy assets at collapsed prices, manipulate the rebuilding, emerge as power brokers in whatever new order rises from the ashes." Holmes set down the documents and turned to face their host directly. "Why should we believe you? This could all be misdirection, a way to use us to eliminate rivals or to provide cover for your own operations. You've admitted to creating this network. Why shouldn't you be the one planning to weaponize it?" Their host met Holmes' gaze steadily. Because if I were planning something so ambitious, Mr. Holmes, I would never have allowed myself to be discovered. I would never have sent crimson telegrams announcing my actions. Those telegrams weren't my doing. They were warnings from the faction that's taken control of my network. Warnings to me that they no longer need my cooperation. They're demonstrating their power, showing me that they can operate openly and I can't stop them. Then why not go to the authorities yourself? Why involve us? Because the authorities are compromised. Network included people who could identify corrupt officials, remember? Some of those officials have realised what I possess and are working to either control or destroy it. If I approach Scotland Yard, I might find myself speaking to someone who has every reason to ensure I never speak again. But you, Mr. Holmes, you're outside the normal structures of power. You answer to no one but your own conscience and your own curiosity. That makes you the only person I can trust with this. The logic was sound, Watson had to admit, even if everything else about the situation felt like quicksand. The more one examined it, the less stable it became. He looked at Holmes, trying to read his friend's thoughts in the minute expressions that crossed that remarkable face. Holmes stood and walked to the window, looking out at Dover sleeping beneath its blanket of darkness. When he spoke, his voice was quiet but carried clearly in the room's stillness. You've created something remarkable, a system for making people vanish and reappear, for preserving knowledge that powerful interests wanted destroyed. But like every creator, you've discovered that your creation has developed its own momentum, its own purposes. You're Dr. Frankenstein, realizing your monster has thoughts of its own. A dramatic but accurate analogy, their host conceded. Will you help me stop it? Holmes turned from the window. I'll help prevent whatever catastrophe is being planned in Vienna. Not because I trust you, I don't. Not because I approve of your methods, I certainly don't. But because 20 men's lives hang in the balance, along with the stability of Europe's financial system, and possibly its political order. That's rather more important than my personal opinions about your ethics. Relief washed across their host's face, making him look suddenly younger and more vulnerable. Thank you. I have information about where the extracted men are being held, the identities of key players in the Splinter faction, and intelligence about the Vienna operation. It's all in these documents. Which could be fabricated, Holmes noted, or partially accurate or accurate but incomplete. I'll verify everything independently. In the meantime, tell me about the leader of this Splinter faction. Who has the audacity to attempt something on this scale? Their host hesitated for the first time, and Watson saw genuine fear flicker across his features. That's the problem, Mr. Holmes. I don't know. They've covered their tracks remarkably well. All I have are code names and indirect evidence. But whoever they are, they understand my system better than I do, which suggests they were there when it was created, helped build it, knew its vulnerabilities from the beginning. Someone close to you then, or someone who was close to me. I've had to reorganize my operations completely, trusting no one, which is why I've been forced to approach you like this, dramatically, in person, risking capture to ensure the message was delivered directly. Holmes gathered the documents into the portfolio. We'll need to speak with some of your extracted men, verify their stories, understand what they were working on when they were removed from their positions. Can you arrange that? Some of them, yes. Others have already been moved by the Splinter faction. That's part of how I know something's wrong. The network is being reorganized without my input. They spent another hour going through details, names, locations, communication methods, the specific vulnerabilities in various European financial systems that might be exploited. Watson's head spun with the complexity of it, the layers upon layers of deception and counter-deception. This wasn't the straightforward crime they usually investigated. Stolen jewels or murdered aristocrats or blackmail schemes. This was something that operated at the level of nations and systems, where individual lives were merely data points in larger calculations. When they finally prepared to leave, their host walked them to the door. In the candlelight, he looked exhausted, as though the conversation had drained something essential from him. Mr. Holmes, he said quietly, I know what I've done is outside the law. I know that when this is finished, you'll likely ensure I face consequences for my actions. I accept that. But please understand, I've saved lives. Whatever else I am, I'm not a murderer. The men in my care are alive because of me. That has to count for something. Holmes studied him for a long moment. It counts, he said, finally. But so does everything else. The law exists for reasons, as do the structures you've so cleverly undermined. When this is resolved, we'll have a reckoning about that. For now, focus on stopping whatever catastrophe your creation has evolved toward." They descended the narrow stairs and emerged into Dover's night air, which felt shockingly cold and clean after the atmosphere of the dining room. The streets were nearly empty now, just a few late workers heading home and the eternal watchmen making their rounds. Holmes set a brisk pace back toward their hotel, the portfolio tucked under his arm like something precious and dangerous, which, Watson reflected, it most certainly was. "Do you believe him?" Watson asked when they were safely away from the Green Man and its conspiracies. "I believe he's terrified, which suggests at least part of his story is accurate. I believe he created something that's escaped his control. That much is obvious from the evidence. Whether he's the noble saviour he presents himself as, or simply a criminal who's been outmanoeuvred by more ruthless criminals." Holmes shrugged. "That remains to be determined. For now, we have work to do. We need to telegraph Mycroft, alert him to the Vienna threat. We need to verify the locations where these extracted men are supposedly being held. And we need to identify who in the Splinter faction has the skills and resources to, and plan something on this scale." They walked in silence for a while, the sound of their footsteps echoing off ancient walls. The sea breathed beyond the town, a rhythm that had existed long before humans built their complicated societies, and would continue long after those societies crumbled to dust. Watson found something oddly comforting in that. The reminder that even conspiracies and catastrophes were temporary things when measured against the patient indifference of geology and tides. "Holmes," he said finally, "what if he's the one planning the Vienna operation? What if this entire meeting was theatre designed to point us in the wrong direction, while he completes whatever he's actually planning?" Holmes smiled, the expression barely visible in the darkness between street lamps. "Then, Watson, we've just had the most expensive and elaborate dinner that a criminal has ever purchased for the detectives investigating him, which would tell us something rather important about his psychology, that he believes his intellect is so superior he can use us as tools without our realizing it. That kind of arrogance is useful. It makes people predictable, and predictable criminals, however brilliant, eventually make mistakes we can exploit." They reached their hotel, climbed the stairs to their rooms, and stood for a moment in the hallway where the gas lamps hissed softly and the building settled around them with small creaks and sighs. "Sleep if you can," Holmes said. "Tomorrow we begin verifying everything he told us, and after that, we go to Vienna and prevent whatever catastrophe has been set in motion. Simple enough, really." Watson laughed despite himself. "Simple? Yes, of course. Just another week in the life of Sherlock Holmes." He entered his room and stood at the window, looking out at Dover one last time before sleep. The lighthouse on the cliff continued its patient work, sweeping light across darkness, warning ships away from dangers they couldn't see. And Watson thought about the 20 men who'd been made officially dead, about the Splinter faction planning financial chaos, about their mysterious host and his ambiguous morality. The world, he reflected, was considerably more complicated than the military campaigns of his youth, where at least you knew which side you were on and who you were supposed to be shooting at. Now the enemies were shadows, the battles were fought with information and deception, and right and wrong had become questions rather than certainties. It should have been disturbing. Instead, Watson found himself energized in a way he hadn't been in years. This was what he'd followed Holmes for, these moments when the world revealed itself to be stranger and more dangerous and more fascinating than ordinary life suggested. These moments when history pivoted on actions taken or not taken, when individual choices rippled outward to touch nations and economies and lives. He turned from the window and prepared for bed, knowing sleep would be difficult but necessary. Tomorrow they would begin untangling the network, following threads that stretched across Europe, racing against a timeline that ended in Vienna with either disaster or salvation. The lighthouse swept its beam across his window one more time, a blessing or a warning, and Watson closed his eyes and let the darkness take him toward whatever dreams awaited in the strange country between waking and sleep. Vienna announced itself through the train window like a city determined to make an entrance. The Danube flowing broad and grey beneath bridges that had witnessed centuries of history, church spires rising toward a sky that seemed perpetually on the verge of either rain or revelation, and everywhere the peculiar golden light that made the Habsburg capital feel like it existed slightly outside of time, in a space where the past hadn't quite finished with the present and the future, waited patiently for permission to begin. Holmes and Watson had travelled for 2 days to reach this point, sleeping in snatches on trains that crossed borders, marked more by changes in architecture than any physical boundary. They'd spent the journey verifying what they could of their mysterious host's information. Telegrams flying between Baker Street and Mycroft's offices, careful inquiries made through Holmes' network of informants, visits to 2 locations where extracted men were supposedly being held. One location had proven accurate, a country house in Kent where they'd found 3 former government clerks living under assumed identities, guarded but not imprisoned, their fear palpable when Holmes explained why he'd come. The other location had been empty, recently abandoned, suggesting the splinter faction was indeed moving pieces in preparation for something. Now they sat in a cafe near St. Stephen's Cathedral, watching Vienna's citizens go about their afternoon rituals, coffee and cake consumed with the seriousness that Austrians brought to pleasure, newspapers read with the careful attention usually reserved for scripture, conversations that somehow managed to be both animated and refined, as though passion had learned to wear a tailored suit. The air smelled of roasted coffee and fresh pastries, and the particular scent of a city that had perfected the art of civilized living over centuries of practice. Mycroft's telegram arrived this morning, Holmes said, stirring his coffee with mechanical precision. He's alerted the security apparatus here in Vienna, though he's had to be frustratingly vague about the specific threat. One cannot simply tell the Austrian authorities that someone plans to destabilize European economies without evidence more concrete than documents provided by an anonymous criminal. They've increased security around the summit venue, but beyond that, he shrugged, leaving the sentence unfinished. Watson bit into a slice of sachertorte that was almost criminally good, chocolate and apricot combining, in ways that suggested the Austrians understood pleasure at a molecular level. Where do we start? The summit begins in 3 days. If something's planned for that opening ceremony, we don't have much time. We start where all crimes start, with motive and opportunity. Our splinter faction needs access to information about gold reserves and financial systems. That information exists in physical form somewhere in Vienna. Ledgers, documents, maps. The summit provides cover and distraction, but the actual operation requires specific knowledge about this city's financial infrastructure. Holmes pulled out a map of Vienna that he'd marked extensively. There are 3 major banks here, plus the Imperial Treasury. If I were planning financial chaos, I'd need to compromise at least 2 of them simultaneously. But to do that, I'd first need detailed information about their security protocols, their vault locations, their schedules. Information that the extracted men would possess, Watson said, understanding dawning. Precisely, which means those men are here, in Vienna, or they're being brought here. And that gives us a vulnerability to exploit. Moving people across borders requires resources, safe houses, transportation, documents, all things that leave traces if one knows where to look. They spent the afternoon walking through Vienna's financial district, Holmes absorbing details with a focused intensity that transformed him from merely observant to something approaching omniscient. He noted which buildings had recently changed security personnel, which banking houses had extended hours suggesting unusual activity, which streets saw traffic patterns that deviated from the normal rhythms. Watson, following along, marvelled once again at his friend's ability to read a city the way other men read books, extracting narrative and meaning from details that seemed random to less trained eyes. By evening they had identified 3 buildings that showed signs of being staging areas, increased security, unusual deliveries, lights burning in supposedly vacant upper floors. Holmes sketched their locations on his map, connecting them with lines that formed a triangle encompassing Vienna's old city centre. "They're using the summit as a theatre," Holmes said as they sat in their hotel room, the windows open to let in the cool evening air and the distant sounds of the city settling toward night. Maximum visibility, maximum symbolic impact. When European leaders gather to discuss dividing the world into spheres of influence, someone will demonstrate that the real power lies not with governments, but with whoever controls information and capital. It's audacious, it's terrifying, and it's exactly the kind of gesture that someone who's been building a secret network for years would find irresistible. A knock interrupted them, sharp, official, carrying the weight of authority even in its rhythm. Watson moved to answer, hand near his revolver, but the voice, from the hallway, announced itself as expected. "Inspector Hoffmeyer, Vienna Police. Mr. Holmes is expecting me, I believe." The inspector proved to be a compact man in his 50s, with the kind of face that suggested he'd seen everything Vienna's underworld could produce and remained resolutely unimpressed. He entered with the careful courtesy of someone who understood he was operating outside his normal jurisdiction and wanted to give no offence while also making clear he would tolerate no nonsense. His English was precise, textbook learned, with the faint stiffness of someone translating mentally before speaking. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, your brother sends his regards," Hoffmeyer said, settling into a chair that Holmes indicated. "And also his concerns. My superiors are not pleased about vague warnings of financial catastrophe without concrete evidence. They suggest it might be British paranoia about Austria-Hungary's growing influence. I, however, have worked with your brother before. He does not send warnings lightly." Holmes offered coffee, which Hoffmeyer accepted with the gratitude of someone whose day had been long and was likely to extend well into night. "Inspector, what do you know about unusual residential lettings in the past 2 weeks? Specifically, properties let to foreign nationals, paid in cash, with minimal questions asked." Hoffmeyer's eyebrows rose. "That describes approximately half the residential lettings in Vienna during summit season. We are a city that profits from discretion, Mr. Holmes. People come here for business they wish to conduct away from their home capitals. We don't ask impolite questions." "Then let me be more specific. Properties that could house groups of men, that have been secured with above-average security measures, and that have seen deliveries of documents or files, things that would require transport in locked cases or under guard." The inspector's expression shifted from polite skepticism to focused attention. "3 properties matching that description. I noticed them because the security firms employed were not local, brought in from outside Vienna, which is unusual. Austrian security firms are quite capable, so why pay for foreign personnel unless you want people who have no local connections, no allegiances that might conflict with your purposes? Show me." Hoffmeyer produced a notebook and sketched quick maps, locations that Watson realised matched 2 of the buildings Holmes had already identified. The third was new, a villa in Dublin, slightly outside the city centre, surrounded by gardens that would provide both privacy and security. "How quickly can you get authorisation to raid these locations?" Holmes asked. "Raid? On what grounds? Suspicion? Vienna is full of suspicious foreigners conducting suspicious business. If we raided everyone who made us nervous, we'd spend all our time filling out paperwork and apologising to ambassadors." Hoffmeyer's expression suggested this was a scenario he'd experienced before and didn't wish to repeat. "Then we do it differently. We identify which location holds our extracted men, and we approach not with police, but with information. We offer them protection in exchange for cooperation. They're prisoners or coerced participants, not willing conspirators. Given the choice between testifying against their captors and remaining silent, most will choose testimony." "And if they don't?" Watson asked. "If they've been threatened effectively enough that silence seems safer than cooperation?" "Then we proceed to more direct methods. But I'd prefer to exhaust diplomatic options before resorting to force. Violence in Vienna 3 days before an international summit would create exactly the kind of chaos our opponents want." They spent 2 hours planning with Hoffmeyer, working through contingencies and protocols, identifying which Austrian authorities needed to be informed and which were better left ignorant until action was already underway. The inspector revealed himself to be considerably more flexible than his initial impression suggested. He understood the reality of operating in grey areas where official procedures were obstacles rather than aids. By the time he left, near midnight, they had the framework of a plan that was either brilliant or suicidal, depending on how many assumptions proved accurate. Watson stood at the window after Hoffmeyer departed, looking out at Vienna's nighttime face, street lamps creating pools of gold, the cathedral's spire a dark mass against the star-filled sky, the city murmuring to itself in German and Czech and Hungarian and half a dozen other languages. It was beautiful in the way that complex systems are beautiful, functional and decorative simultaneously, old patterns adapting to new purposes, the eternal human need to create order from chaos made architectural and social and political. "You're thinking this is larger than we imagined," Holmes said from where he sat reviewing documents by lamplight. "I'm thinking that if we fail, the consequences extend far beyond 20 men, or even Vienna's banks. This city is a powder keg, Holmes. Half a dozen nationalities pressing against each other, Ancient grievances barely contained by Habsburg bureaucracy, economic tensions that crack wider every year. Financial chaos here wouldn't just mean some bankers losing money. It could mean war. I know. Holmes set down his papers, suddenly looking tired in a way he rarely allowed himself to appear. Do you know why I agreed to help our mysterious host despite trusting him about as far as I could throw the Ringstrasse? Because he was right about one thing. Someone needed to stop this, and the official channels are too compromised or too slow. Sometimes the only way to prevent catastrophe is to operate outside the structures designed to prevent it. Sometimes you have to trust criminals to stop worse criminals. It's not satisfying, it's not just, but it's what's necessary. Watson turned from the window. And afterward? When we've stopped the Vienna operation, what happens to him? To his network of extracted men? Afterward, we let the official world reassert itself. Mycroft will handle diplomacy, ensuring that what we've learned doesn't become public in ways that would destabilize governments further. The extracted men will be given choices, return to their old lives if possible, or disappear properly under official witness protection. Our host will face whatever justice can be arranged, given that prosecuting him would require revealing the entire affair. It won't be perfect, Watson. It won't satisfy anyone's sense of how things should work. But it will be better than the alternative. They retired to their respective rooms, though Watson suspected Holmes wouldn't sleep. His mind would be working through scenarios, calculating probabilities, preparing for the dozen ways their plan could fail. Watson himself found sleep difficult. His dreams, when they finally came, filled with banks that turned into fortresses, with documents written in languages that shifted as he tried to read them, with 20 men whose faces kept changing, becoming everyone and no one simultaneously. Morning arrived with Vienna's characteristic grace. Church bells announcing the hour in overlapping tones, the smell of fresh bread drifting from bakeries, the city assembling itself for another day of commerce and culture, and the complicated business of being the heart of an empire that was already beginning to understand its own mortality. They met Hofmeyer at 8, in a small park near the rat house, where early risers walked dogs and elderly men read newspapers while feeding pigeons with the careful economy of people for whom small pleasures were daily sacraments. The inspector looked as though he'd slept even less than Watson, his eyes red-rimmed but alert, his clothes suggesting he'd gone home, changed, and returned to work without pausing for rest. "We have developments," Hofmeyer said without preamble. "One of the properties, the villa in Döbling, showed unusual activity last night. Multiple carriages arriving and departing in sequence. My surveillance officers noted at least 15 men entering, none leaving. That suggests either a meeting or a gathering of the extracted personnel. Or a trap," Watson said. "If they know we're investigating, they could be concentrating forces to deal with us." "Possible," Holmes acknowledged, "but unlikely. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. We're not that difficult to kill if one is determined. No, they're gathering because something's imminent. The summit opens tomorrow. Whatever they're planning happens soon, probably during the opening ceremony, when security is focused on the venue and distracted from the banks." They took a carriage to Döbling, the city's elegant centre, giving way to residential areas where wealth displayed itself more quietly. Large houses behind walls, gardens, carefully tended, the atmosphere suggesting old money and older discretion. The villa Hofmeyer had identified sat at the end of a tree-lined street, 3 stories of pale stone behind iron gates that were closed but not locked. Smoke rose from several chimneys despite the mild weather, suggesting the building was fully occupied. "How do we approach this?" Hofmeyer asked. "I have men positioned around the perimeter, but storming in would require authorization I don't have, and would likely result in violence." "We approach directly and honestly," Holmes said, surprising both Watson and the inspector. "We knock on the door, announce ourselves, and offer them a choice. They can cooperate with us, testifying against whoever's holding them and receiving protection, or they can remain silent and face arrest when their involvement in whatever's planned becomes public. Most people, given clear alternatives, make rational choices." "And if whoever's running this operation is inside?" Watson asked. "If we're walking into a confrontation with the splinter faction's leadership?" Holmes smiled, thin and sharp. "Then we'll finally have faces to attach to this conspiracy, and faces can be arrested, prosecuted, and imprisoned in ways that shadows cannot." They walked toward the villa with deliberate calm, 3 men taking a morning stroll through Vienna's pleasant streets. The gates opened at their approach, unlocked, as Holmes had predicted, because people who've gone to elaborate lengths to hide don't then secure themselves behind obvious barriers. The garden was well maintained, showing the kind of attention that suggested the villa's occupants wanted to appear normal, established, belonging to the neighbourhood rather than merely occupying it temporarily. Holmes knocked on the door with firm confidence, the sound echoing in the morning quiet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then footsteps approached from inside, measured and unhurried, and the door opened to reveal a woman in her 30s, dressed practically but well, with the kind of efficient appearance that suggested she was staff rather than resident. "May I help you, gentlemen?" she asked in German, her tone professional but not warm. Holmes responded in the same language, his fluency marking him as someone who'd spent time on the continent. "We're here to speak with your guests, the men who've recently arrived from various European capitals. I believe they'll find our message worth hearing." The woman's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Calculation, perhaps, or recognition that the situation had entered a new phase. "Please wait." She closed the door, leaving them standing on the threshold. Watson's hand moved toward his revolver, but Holmes shook his head slightly. "If they wanted us arrested, or worse, they'd have done it already. This is negotiation." The door opened again, wider this time, and the woman gestured inside. "Mr. Bergman will see you. Please, follow." "Me?" The interior was surprisingly domestic. Comfortable furniture, paintings on walls, the general atmosphere of a house being lived in rather than merely occupied. The woman led them through a parlour and upstairs to a large library where morning sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating shelves of books in multiple languages, and a large desk where a man sat reviewing documents with intense concentration. He looked up as they entered, and Watson recognised him immediately, their host from Dover, though now he appeared somehow diminished, as though the authority he'd displayed over dinner had been revealed as costume rather than essence. His face showed strain, exhaustion, and something that might have been relief at their arrival. "Mr. Holmes," he said, rising to greet them. "Dr. Watson. Inspector Hoffmeyer, is it? I'm pleased you've come. We have much to discuss and very little time to discuss it." "Bergman, I presume?" Holmes said, naming him for the first time, claiming power through that naming. "Among other identities, yes. That one will suffice for our purposes." He gestured to chairs arranged before his desk. "I assume you've verified enough of what I told you in Dover to believe the threat is real?" "We've verified that you're not entirely lying, which is different from believing you're entirely truthful. Where are the men you extracted? I want to speak with them." Bergman hesitated, then nodded. "They're here. All 15 are still under my protection. The Splinter faction has moved the others. I don't know where, but these men can tell you what they know, what they were working on when I removed them from their positions. Some of it will surprise you, Mr. Holmes. It surprised me." He led them from the library to a large sitting room where men of various ages sat or stood in small groups, their postures suggesting they were waiting for something without knowing quite what. They looked up as Holmes and his companions entered, faces showing curiosity mixed with apprehension. Holmes moved to the centre of the room, commanding attention without effort. "Gentlemen, I'm Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson and Inspector Hoffmeyer of the Vienna Police. We're here because we believe you're in danger, and because we believe the information you possess is being used to plan something catastrophic. I'd like to offer you a choice. Help us prevent that catastrophe and receive official protection, or remain silent and take your chances with whoever's manipulating you. I suggest the former, but the decision is yours." Silence held the room for a long moment. Then one man, middle-aged, with the ink-stained fingers of a clerk and eyes that held more intelligence than his station suggested, stood slowly. "Mr. Holmes," he said in accented English, "my name is Christopher Aldridge. I worked for the Bank of England until Mr. Bergman convinced me I was about to be murdered. He saved my life, but in doing so he also made me complicit in something I don't fully understand. If you can promise us protection, real protection, not just words, then yes, we'll tell you everything we know. Because whatever's being planned, I don't want to be responsible for it by remaining silent." One by one, the others nodded agreement. And Holmes, standing in that room full of officially dead men, began the process of extracting the information that would either save Vienna or reveal that they were already too late to prevent its fall. The extracted men spoke for hours, their voices creating a tapestry of information that was both more mundane and more damning than Watson had imagined. They weren't spies in any theatrical sense. No codes broken in midnight laboratories, no dramatic pursuits through foreign capitals. Instead, they were clerks and functionaries who'd noticed patterns in the ordinary flow of bureaucracy. Currency transfers that didn't match official records, shipments of gold that disappeared from ledgers, diplomatic correspondence that contradicted public statements. Each man possessed one small piece of a larger puzzle, and together those pieces formed an image of systematic corruption threaded through European governments like rot through old timber. Christopher Aldridge explained how he'd traced irregular payments flowing from British diplomatic accounts to private addresses in Switzerland. Jules Petit described postal routes that were being used to transport something other than official correspondence, routes that connected to the same Swiss addresses. Klaus Hoffmann had discovered that arms shipments were being financed through creative accounting that made weapons appear as agricultural equipment in official records. On and on the testimony went, each revelation building on the previous, until Watson felt like he was watching a conspiracy assemble itself in real time, pieces clicking into place with the inevitability of a particularly elegant but horrifying machine. Holmes listened with absolute focus, occasionally asking questions that seemed tangential, but that Watson recognized as his friend's way of testing consistency and truthfulness. Hoffmeyer took copious notes, his expression growing progressively grimmer as the scope of the corruption revealed itself. And Bergman sat quietly to the side, his face showing something that might have been vindication or might have been sorrow, perhaps both, the complicated emotions of someone who'd tried to save people and in doing so had created something monstrous. By early afternoon the picture was clear enough to be actionable. Someone, the splinter faction that had broken away from Bergman's control, had collected men who collectively possessed detailed knowledge of how Europe's financial systems actually operated beneath their official facades. They knew where money really went, what the official ledgers concealed, which institutions were vulnerable because their foundations rested on lies and creative bookkeeping. With that knowledge, they could create a financial panic not by stealing gold or burning banks, but by simply revealing the truth, by demonstrating that Europe's economic stability was an illusion maintained by paperwork and gentlemen's agreements that could evaporate the moment someone decided to ask uncomfortable questions publicly. "The summit is theatre," Holmes said, pacing Bergman's library while the others watched. "But it's necessary theatre. Tomorrow, when European leaders gather to sign agreements about colonial boundaries and trade, they're also implicitly reaffirming that the system works, that their currencies are backed by real value, that international commerce operates by agreed-upon rules, that institutions can be trusted. What better moment to shatter those illusions than when the illusions are being most loudly proclaimed?" "But how?" Watson asked. "They can't simply stand up during the ceremony and announce that European finances are fraudulent. Who would believe them?" "They don't need belief. They need proof. And these men—" Holmes gestured toward the sitting room where the extracted functionaries waited. "These men are walking proof. If they were to appear at the summit, if they were to testify publicly about what they discovered in their various positions, the resulting scandal would make governments collapse. Markets would panic. The careful fiction that modern economies rest on would crumble, and in that crumbling fortunes could be made by anyone positioned to profit from chaos." Hoffmeyer set down his pen, rubbing eyes that had been reading his own handwriting for too long. "Then we prevent them from testifying. We keep these men secure, we arrest anyone associated with the splinter faction, and we make certain tomorrow's ceremony proceeds without disruption." "That solves the immediate problem," Holmes agreed, "but it doesn't address the underlying corruption these men discovered. It doesn't punish the officials who've been systematically looting their own governments. It simply maintains the status quo, which seems rather like putting a fresh coat of paint on a house whose foundations are rotting." Watson heard the frustration in his friend's voice, the eternal tension between solving the puzzle before him and addressing the larger injustices that the puzzle revealed. Holmes was brilliant at catching criminals, but the criminals were often merely symptoms of systems designed to enable them. What did you do when the system itself was the problem? "Perhaps," Bergman said quietly from his position near the window. "That's not your decision to make, Mr. Holmes. Your job is to prevent catastrophe tomorrow. What happens afterward? How Europe deals with the reality these men have uncovered? That's for others to determine. Politicians, diplomats, the people who supposedly govern these nations. You can give them the opportunity to address corruption properly, but you can't force them to do so. Holmes turned to face him, and Watson saw on his friend's face the particular expression he wore when someone had said something he didn't want to admit was true. "You're right, of course. I solve crimes. I don't reform governments, though it's tempting to try." "It is," Bergman agreed. "That's why I built my network. The temptation to do something, anything, when you see injustice unfolding. But look where that temptation led me, creating a system that's been perverted into the very thing I was trying to prevent. Perhaps the lesson is that ambitious solutions to corruption simply create new opportunities for corruption." The afternoon aged toward evening, Vienna's golden light deepening to amber as the sun moved toward the horizon. They made plans with the methodical care of people who understood that tomorrow would be chaotic regardless of preparation. But that preparation at least gave chaos boundaries. Hofmeier arranged for additional police presence around the summit venue. Not so much as to be obvious, but enough to respond quickly if needed. Holmes worked with the extracted men, identifying which of them had information most damaging to the Splinter faction's plans, preparing them to testify if necessary. Watson checked and rechecked their weapons, a soldier's ritual that brought comfort even when logic suggested revolvers would be of limited use against the kind of threat they faced. As darkness settled over Vienna, transforming it from a city of gold to a city of shadows punctuated by gaslight, Holmes received a telegram that made him smile without humour. "Mycroft has identified our probable Splinter faction leader, a former Austrian intelligence officer named Victor Cross, brilliant, ambitious, and dismissed from service 3 years ago for what were politely termed excessive methods. He's been working as a private security consultant, which apparently means he's been selling his expertise to whoever pays well and asks a few questions." "Where is he now?" Watson asked. "Unknown, but Mycroft's sources suggest he's in Vienna, which is hardly surprising. Tomorrow's operation would require his personal oversight. Too much that could go wrong, too much that needs coordination. He'll be at the summit or near it. Then we watch for him. We know his face now, we know his methods. When he makes his move, we'll be ready." Holmes nodded, but Watson saw doubt in his eyes. They were making assumptions, building a defensive strategy around predictions that might be entirely wrong. The Splinter faction had been clever enough to steal Bergman's network, to reorganize it without being detected, to plan something ambitious enough to threaten European stability. They wouldn't be stopped simply because Sherlock Holmes had deduced their general intentions. Watson slept poorly that night, in a room at Bergman's villa where they decided to stay rather than return to their hotel. His dreams were fragmented, images of men whose faces kept changing, of documents that burned as he tried to read them, of crowds gathering for ceremonies that transformed into riots. He woke several times, each time taking a moment to remember where he was and why, each time feeling the weight of tomorrow pressing down like the atmosphere before a storm. Morning arrived with Vienna's customary beauty, though Watson found himself resenting that beauty. The clear sky and crisp air seemed inappropriate for a day that might end in catastrophe. Breakfast was a quiet affair, the extracted men showing the peculiar calm of people who'd surrendered control to others, who decided their role was simply to wait and respond as directed. Bergman moved among them with something approaching tenderness, ensuring they had everything they needed, treating them less as assets and more as people he'd inadvertently endangered. Holmes appeared at 7, already dressed, carrying documents that he spread across the dining table with the focused intensity that meant he'd been working through the night. "I've been studying the summit's security arrangements," he said without preamble. "There's a weakness. Not in the physical security, but in the credentialing system. Press passes are being issued by multiple authorities, with insufficient coordination. Someone with the right connections could forge credentials that would allow access to restricted areas." "You think Cross will use journalists as cover?" Hofmeier asked, entering with the haggard expression of someone who'd spent the night coordinating security across a city that didn't particularly want to be secured. "I think he'll use whatever cover allows his people to get close to the ceremony. Journalists, staff, even delegates from minor nations that no one pays much attention to. He doesn't need an army, just a few people positioned correctly to create maximum disruption at the right moment." They reviewed the plan one final time. Hofmeier would coordinate police presence around the venue, ready to respond to threats, but trying not to be so obvious as to scare Cross away. Holmes and Watson would attend the summit itself. Mycroft had arranged credentials that identified them as British diplomatic security, which was close enough to be believable. Bergman would remain at the villa with his extracted men, ready to bring them to the venue if Holmes sent word that their testimony was needed. It was a plan with too many contingencies and not enough certainty, but it was what they had. The summit was being held in the Hofburg Palace, that sprawling complex that had been the heart of Habsburg power for centuries, and now served as the stage for Europe's attempt to manage its competing ambitions through diplomacy rather than warfare. The palace was magnificent, ornate beyond reason, beautiful beyond function, a physical manifestation of empire at its apex. Delegates from Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Italy, and a dozen smaller nations gathered in formal dress. Their conversations superficially cordial, while their eyes calculated advantage and watched for weakness. Holmes and Watson positioned themselves where they could observe entrances in the main assembly hall. The ceremony was scheduled for noon. Speeches about cooperation and progress, the signing of documents that no one really expected to prevent future conflicts, but that everyone agreed were preferable to the alternative. The room filled slowly, delegates and observers taking their places with the careful attention to protocol that such events demanded. Watson found himself scanning faces compulsively, looking for anyone who seemed out of place or too interested in things they shouldn't be interested in. But everyone looked suspicious if you studied them long enough. The journalist who kept consulting his notebook too frequently, the minor functionary who seemed nervous, the delegate who couldn't stop watching the doors. Paranoia and vigilance were difficult to distinguish when you were expecting catastrophe. At 11:45, Holmes tensed beside him. "There," he breathed, indicating a group near the press section. "Third man from the left. That's Cross." Watson looked, seeing a man of medium height and unremarkable appearance, dressed as a journalist complete with notebook, and the slightly dishevelled look that suggested he'd been chasing stories rather than attending carefully to his wardrobe. But his eyes were wrong, too alert, too focused, scanning the room with the systematic attention of someone cataloguing security positions, rather than looking for interesting quotes. "He's not alone," Holmes continued. "See the woman near the Russian delegation, and the man by the service entrance? They're moving in coordination, small adjustments, positioning themselves around the room's perimeter." Watson saw it once Holmes pointed it out. A network of people who appeared to belong, but who were clearly working together, creating a pattern that surrounded the assembly like a net waiting to be drawn tight. What do? We can't arrest them without evidence, and if we're wrong, we're not wrong, but you're right that we need to catch them in the act. We wait until they make their move, then we counter it. Alert Hofmeier's men to be ready. The ceremony began with the ponderous formality that such events required. The Austrian Emperor spoke about cooperation and shared destiny, his voice carrying the particular quality of someone reading words written by others, but trying to infuse them with personal meaning. Other leaders followed, Britain, France, Germany, each making speeches that said nothing controversial while implying everything about their nation's interests and intentions. The audience listened with the patient attention of people who understood that boredom was part of diplomacy's cost. At 12:30, as the actual document signing began, Watson saw Cross make his move. He stood from the press section, not dramatically but with purpose, and began walking toward the front of the hall. His colleagues did the same from their various positions, all converging on the ceremonial table, where pens were scratching signatures onto documents that would be filed and forgotten. Holmes was already moving, Watson following, trying to intercept without causing a scene that would disrupt the ceremony and create exactly the chaos they were trying to prevent. But Cross was faster than anticipated. He reached the front, pulled out not a weapon, but a sheaf of papers, and in a voice trained to carry announced, "Honoured delegates, before you sign agreements built on financial foundations that don't exist, perhaps you'd like to know the truth about your government's actual economic situations." The room froze. That particular quality of stillness when something impossible begins happening, and everyone's mind needs a moment to process it. Cross used that moment to continue, his voice confident, even triumphant. "I represent individuals who worked within your financial systems until they discovered corruption so extensive that their lives were endangered for noticing it. They're prepared to testify about currency fraud, about gold reserves that exist only on paper, about economic stability that's maintained through creative accounting and gentlemen's agreements to lie to your citizens. Would you like to hear their testimony? Would you like the world's press to hear it?" Holmes reached him as he finished speaking, moving with a speed that surprised even Watson. But instead of grabbing Cross, instead of trying to silence him physically, Holmes did something Watson didn't expect. He laughed. "Brilliant theatre, Mr. Cross," Holmes said, his voice carrying to the stunned delegates and journalists. "Absolutely brilliant. Except you've made one crucial error. The men you're referring to, the extracted functionaries with all their dangerous knowledge, they're not under your control anymore. They're under mine. And they've already given their testimony, not to this circus but to proper authorities who will investigate their claims through appropriate channels, rather than using them as weapons to create panic." Cross's confidence flickered. Just for a moment, but Holmes saw it and pressed his advantage. "You built your plan around revealing truth as though truth alone were enough to cause collapse. But truth requires context, investigation, due process. You can stand here and make accusations all day, but without your witnesses, without your leverage, you're just a disgraced intelligence officer making unsupported claims about corruption. Who's going to believe you?" The moment hung balanced. Watson could see Cross calculating, trying to determine if Holmes was bluffing. Then Hoffmeyer's police entered the hall, moving quietly but with unmistakable purpose, positioning themselves around Cross and his associates. "Mr. Cross," Hoffmeyer said in German, then repeating in French and English for the international audience, "You're under arrest for forgery, conspiracy, and attempted fraud. If you come quietly, this room can return to its business. If you resist, you'll simply make this embarrassing scene last longer than necessary." For a moment, Watson thought Cross might resist, might try to force a confrontation that would create the chaos he'd been planning. But then something changed in his expression, calculation giving way to resignation, or perhaps to a different kind of calculation. He lowered his papers and smiled. "Very well played, Mr. Holmes," he said quietly, "though I wonder if you've actually prevented anything or simply delayed it. The corruption I was going to reveal still exists. Those governments—" He gestured at the delegates who were watching with expressions ranging from relief to concern to poorly concealed guilt. "They're still built on foundations of lies. You've saved them today, but for how long?" "Long enough for proper investigations to proceed through proper channels," Holmes replied. "Long enough for reforms to be attempted, however imperfectly. The alternative you were offering, immediate chaos, market panic, governments collapsing before anyone could understand why, that wasn't justice. That was just a different kind of crime dressed up as revelation." Hoffmeyer's men led Cross and his associates away. The assembly hall remained frozen for another moment. Then the Austrian emperor, showing the kind of composure that came from centuries of Habsburg experience with crises, simply returned to his seat and gestured for the ceremony to continue, and remarkably it did. Pens returned to paper, signatures were completed, and the summit proceeded as though nothing had happened, though Watson suspected the private conversations afterward would be considerably more intense than the official schedule anticipated. They left the Hofburg as evening was painting Vienna in shades of rose and gold, the city settling into that particular time when day hadn't quite finished and night hadn't quite begun. Holmes walked with the slightly loosened posture that meant the immediate crisis had passed, though Watson knew his mind was already working through what happened next. The interrogations, the investigations, the complicated diplomatic aftermath. "You know Cross was right," Watson said as they crossed the Ringstrasse, watching Vienna's citizens go about their evening business, innocent of how close they'd come to something catastrophic. "The corruption still exists. We stopped the revelation, but we didn't stop the problem. I know, but there's a difference between revealing corruption in a way that destroys everything and revealing it in a way that allows for correction. Cross wanted the former. He wanted chaos he could profit from. We've at least made it possible for the latter, though whether Europe's governments actually reform themselves remains to be seen." They reached Bergmann's villa as full darkness settled, finding the extracted men, gathered in the library where they'd first met. Aldridge stood as Holmes and Watson entered, his expression questioning. "It's finished," Holmes said. "Cross is arrested, his plan defeated. Now comes the complicated part, deciding what happens to all of you." Over brandy and coffee they worked through options. Some of the extracted men wanted to return to their old lives if possible, to reclaim the existence that had been taken from them. Others had come to appreciate their official deaths, seeing in them an opportunity to start over somewhere without the burden of what they'd known and what they'd discovered. A few wanted to testify properly, to work with investigators to ensure the corruption they'd uncovered was actually addressed. Hoffmeyer arrived near midnight with news that Cross was already cooperating, providing information about the larger network he'd been working with in exchange for whatever leniency Austrian law might offer. Bergman sat quietly through these discussions, his face showing the exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting a solitary battle for too long, and could finally acknowledge that the battle was ending. "What happened to you?" Watson asked him when the others had dispersed to their rooms, when it was just the four of them, Holmes, Watson, Hoffmeyer and Bergman, sitting in a library growing cold as the fire died. Bergman smiled without humour. "That's an excellent question, Doctor. I've committed crimes in multiple jurisdictions, though proving them would require revealing the entire affair. I suspect Mr. Holmes's brother will arrange something, perhaps exile to somewhere suitably remote, perhaps a quiet cell in a prison that doesn't officially exist. Or perhaps I'll simply disappear, become one more ghost in the system I created. There's a certain symmetry to that." "You saved lives," Watson said, surprising himself with his vehemence. "Whatever else you did, that has to count for something." "It does," Holmes agreed, "though perhaps not as much as you'd like. The law is a blunt instrument, Watson. It struggles with moral complexity. Bergman will face consequences. He must, because the alternative sets a precedent we can't allow. But I'll ensure those consequences account for his cooperation, for the lives he preserved, for his ultimate willingness to help prevent the catastrophe he'd inadvertently enabled." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire's last embers glow and fade. Outside, Vienna dreamed its complicated dreams, a city of empires and endings, of Baroque beauty concealing rot, of music and culture built on foundations that everyone agreed not to examine too closely. It would survive this crisis as it had survived so many others, adapting and persisting with the patient endurance of places that understood their own mortality, but refused to surrender to it. Holmes and Watson left Vienna 2 days later, after giving testimony that would never be made fully public, after watching the extracted men disperse to various fates, after ensuring that Hoffmeyer had everything needed to complete investigations that would proceed quietly through channels designed to protect the powerful, while appearing to hold them accountable. It wasn't satisfying, but as Holmes had noted, solving crimes rarely was when the crimes revealed uncomfortable truths about systems everyone depended on. The train carried them back toward London through countryside that seemed almost aggressively peaceful after Vienna's intensity. Farms and villages, forests and rivers, the ordinary European landscape going about its business of existing regardless of human complications. Watson watched it pass and thought about the 20 men whose deaths had been faked, about the corruption that still existed beneath bureaucratic surfaces, about Cross in his Austrian cell contemplating whatever reduced future awaited him. "Do you think we made a difference?" he asked as the English coastline appeared in the distance, white cliffs rising from grey water, home announcing itself through geology and light. Holmes considered the question with unusual seriousness. "We prevented an immediate catastrophe. We gave Europe's financial systems time to address their vulnerabilities before those vulnerabilities were weaponized. We ensured that 20 men who'd discovered uncomfortable truths didn't become martyrs or weapons or simply forgotten footnotes. Is that making a difference?" "I honestly don't know, Watson. History will have to judge whether we postponed the disaster or prevented it." They reached Baker Street as evening fell, the familiar rooms welcoming them back with the scent of Mrs. Hudson's cooking and the comfortable disorder of home. Holmes went immediately to his chemistry bench, returning to experiments that had waited patiently for his attention. Watson settled into his chair with the newspaper, reading about the Vienna summit's success in establishing new colonial boundaries, while making no mention of the conspiracy that had nearly transformed the ceremony into catastrophe. The fire burned warm in the grate, casting shadows that danced and merged on familiar walls. London breathed beyond the windows, cabs and cries, and the eternal urban symphony of lives intersecting and diverging. And Watson, sitting in the warmth and safety of 221B Baker Street, found himself thinking about ghosts, about men made officially dead who still walk the world, about secrets buried beneath bureaucratic respectability, about the fragile agreements that held civilization together, and how easily those agreements could fracture if someone decided to apply the right pressure at the right moment. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight there was just this room, this fire, this moment of peace after the crisis. Tonight the gaslight burned steadily, the city slept its restless sleep, and two men who'd prevented something terrible allowed themselves the luxury of believing they'd done enough. The crimson telegrams had ceased. The ghosts were as settled as ghosts ever became. And somewhere in Vienna, in London, in Paris and Berlin, and a dozen other cities, clerks and functionaries returned to their ordinary work of maintaining the complicated machinery that kept Europe functioning, unaware of how close that machinery had come to catastrophic failure, unaware that their world's stability rested not on gold or treaties or the inevitability of progress, but on the fragile human choice to maintain useful fictions rather than embrace uncomfortable truths. Holmes played a few notes on his violin, something melancholy and beautiful, a melody that seemed to hold both triumph and sorrow in equal measure. And Watson closed his eyes and listened, letting the music carry him toward sleep, toward dreams that would be gentler than reality, toward the morning that would bring new cases and new complications, but would at least arrive with the comfort of knowing that yesterday's disaster had been, if not prevented, then at least postponed to someone else's tomorrow. The fire burned low, the music faded, and London dreamed its ancient dreams while two men slept the sleep of those who'd fought and won, and understood that winning was never quite as complete as one hoped, but was sometimes, occasionally, blessedly enough. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Dubai, the misty calm of Edinburgh, the ocean whispers of Phuket, or the starlit beauty of Florence? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness of the night hold you. Let your dreams wander far and free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.